Hey everyone, it's been a while since we've done an art stream, but I need to work on the next few pages of Smash Time Stories, and I figured, you know what, why not stream it? I'm also possibly going to work on this render for Jamie for Chapter 1. For now, I'm going to focus on the comic pages, because I need to get page 23 done for tomorrow at least, because that's the page that's scheduled to go up. So I'm going to focus on that, and then if I have time, I'll either do page 24 or work on this render. Although real quick, I am going to fix one little error. Just quickly remove that smiley face badge. Okay, so we're going to start on page 23. I'll hide the dialogue for now. Okay, so first off, I need to refine this sketch a bit. I don't actually have the sketch of the tweaked delinquent design on this computer, so give me just a second. Probably going to be a little quiet tonight. when I'm working like this, sometimes I'll just really lock in and, you know, I have to get these pages done, or at least I have to get this page done for tomorrow, so I'll probably be focusing a lot. Where is... Do I not have the sketch of the updated designs on here either? Hang on. I mean, whatever, I can figure it out. I already drew him on the previous page. So, no big deal. Move that over there for now. No, I'm not sure, but I think this might actually be the first art stream I've done on this computer. I think all the other ones I've done have been on the laptop. Actually, I might have done one. I'm trying to remember if the Kayla render for Chapter 1, if that was streamed off of the laptop or the desktop. It doesn't really matter, but still, this computer has been so nice for getting work done. On the laptop, I was always pushing up against the power of it, which, you know, made it a little difficult to get work done sometimes, because I work on some pretty complex stuff. You know, animation, cartoons, music videos, comics. Okay, so he's looking pretty good. I mean, he's not looking pretty good. His eye is all messed up, but he's looking pretty well drawn, I should say. By the way, very subtle detail you can see in the concept art for the delinquent characters, for the mischief makers. Every time this guy shows up, he looks like he's being drawn with like a cigarette or something, but if you look carefully, that's a lollipop. Again, a lot of what I'm trying to do with the current version of Smash Time Stories is like pay homage to like the anime and like the various animes I watched as a kid and like just that style of show. And even though I didn't watch a whole lot of One Piece back then, one of my favorite tropes was or one of my favorite jokes was that in the dub they just implied that Sanji was always going after a lollipop. Because, you know, it was done by 4Kids. You couldn't have someone smoking. By the way, Mario and Luigi should continue this week. Either Wednesday or Saturday. I'm planning to stream both of those days. I'm trying to get back to my normal stream schedule now that I've got some room in my regular schedule. Now that I'm not so busy, I can fit in a couple streams now and then. So yeah, I'm excited to finally continue Mario and Luigi. I'm also excited to finally debut a new stream type that I've been teasing for a while. What's that gonna be? Well, yeah, I guess I can say it, since I've already kind of directly teased it on Blue Sky. I'm gonna be doing a wheel stream for the various systems that are on Nintendo Switch Online. So I'll spin a wheel every 30 minutes or so and pick a game, or pick a system and then pick a game. So we'll decide, like, alright, what system are we playing? And then pick a game from those libraries. I think that'll be interesting. There's a lot of games on NSO these days, so we'll find some silly stuff to play, some cool stuff. You know how it goes. I guess he wouldn't have his arm all the way up like that if he's holding the bag. How do I want him holding them, though? How did I draw it in page 22? Okay, so on that one, he's holding it... Yeah, I guess that works. I like the idea that he picked up the bag just to pose on that page and then immediately set one of them down. Because you'll notice he's clearly swapped which one he's holding up. In fact, yeah, I should just have him with both arms down. As funny as that is, it should keep it consistent. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I should probably adjust this a bit. So most of these pages probably won't need adjustments like this, but... Oops. But this panel was changed a lot compared to the initial drawing of it. In fact, this whole page changed a lot, like, in the last 12 hours. My initial sketches for this batch of pages were quite a bit different. I mean, I guess they weren't that different, just, you know, different framing. This page was originally focused a bit more on this guy. Just him being kind of sassy, like, aha, I'm back. I'm so cool and epic or whatever. But then I kind of changed it to focus more on the three of them as a group. Oh. I was wondering why I couldn't find that. Are you winning, son? Yes, I'm always winning. I'm a little thing we in the business call super epic and cool. And it's with that power that I always win. I have never once lost at anything. It's true. so I'll use a perspective ruler to keep these bars consistent. Alright, that's enough sketching for the first panel. Now I can actually do the line art for it. So all of the pens that I use for working on the comic come from True Grit Texture Supply. The main one I use is the Milt Fine Liner. It's from their Comic Creators Bundle. Gives the lines a good texture and a decent line weight as well. It's kind of perfect for making a comic, which, you know, might be why they sell it in a comic bundle. But no, they make some great brushes. They had a sale going on recently for Black Friday. I think they might have a, like, oh, you missed Black Friday, but we've got a smaller sale going on now kind of thing going, but I can't be too sure. I haven't exactly had money recently, so I haven't been checking. So I don't know how many more pages episode 1 is going to be. I'm going to try and get the rest of this episode sketched out like this week, since I've got some free time. This episode in particular has it's evolved a lot since the original plan. Once the episode's done, I'm going to put up a post on Patreon that kind of just looks at how it evolved, but anyone on there can probably tell you that it has, this episode has gone a lot longer than it was originally planned to be. Originally, episode 1 was going to be probably around like 50 pages, and it would have contained both what are now going to be episodes 1 and 2. Around the time I decided to relaunch the comic, as in, like, around the time I actually went ahead with the relaunch, so back in September, I decided to split the first episode into 2, just so I could give things more time to breathe. And so far, I think that's worked out pretty well. Because it's given me more time to, like, fully establish what the characters' lives are like at the start of the series. Kind of establish the tone for the story. Like, I've had this back and forth going on of whether or not I wanted to focus on, like, establishing the story of the series and having that first episode be like, all right, just bam, 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 here's all the plot points, here you go, this is what the rest of the series is going to be, versus what I ended up going with, which was, alright, so here is the vibe of the series, here's what a general episode is going to be like, and it's going to be consistent throughout. I think that worked better, because, I mean, at least for me, I'm more likely to gel with the series if I am getting a taste of what the vibe of it is going to be like versus, like, alright, here's the plot points, here's the magical MacGuffin or whatever, let's go. Like, that's all fine and dandy, but I want to know more about these characters and this world and all that, you know? And this episode does a good job of balancing both. It leaves some room for intrigue, stuff that'll be expanded upon in episode 2 and episode 3. And so far, it seems like people are really liking it, which is exciting. Because, like, that's the whole point of why I did the relaunch to begin with, is that I've grown a lot as a comic maker since I started Smash Time Stories back in 2016. And, like, it was hard to go back and read some of the early chapters where I just didn't know what I was doing. Where pretty much the entire thesis of the comic was, hey, here's the animations I want to make that I don't have time for. Whereas now it's like, alright, I know exactly what this series is going to be, I know where the story is going, I know what I want to set up ahead of time. So let's do it right. And if you ask me, it's been coming out great. I'm so excited to get to some of the later episodes, though. Like, now that I'm getting a feel for, like, the art style, which is a little different from the original Smash Time Stories. Like, everyone is, like, 2 feet taller, I've noticed. That was not intentional. Like, if you go back and look at concept art for episode 1 from last year when I was first planning the relaunch, the characters were a lot more chibi than they are now. I don't know when that changed during production, but now it's like a middle ground. They're cartoony, they're a bit chibi, but they're not just full-on, like, chibi designs. Ironically, I am actually going to make some chibi art of the characters soon, though. I had an idea for how I want to display the character bios on the website, so I'm probably going to work on those at some point this week. I got a couple different things I'm working on this week that are all Smash Time Stories related. But this is probably going to be the only bit of that work that I actually do on stream. We'll see, though. Some of it's work I'm going to be doing in Blender, so I'm not super confident about streaming that. I need to test it at some point, though, because it would be fun to do some 3D modeling streams. So the main focus for today is going to be finishing page 23 specifically. I'll probably do the line art for page 24 as well. And we'll see. Yeah, I'll probably do the line art, just because I like to... When I'm working on the comic, I like to do those in batches. So it'll be like, alright, I'm going to do the line art for 4 pages at a time. And then I'll do the coloring on 4 pages. Then I'll do the shading on 4 pages. And sometimes that makes it take longer than I would like, but other times it is extremely useful. It's very helpful for just, like, setting aside a certain amount of time to get X amount of work done. Because if I know I'm just working on coloring in a day, I can pretty easily guess how long it's going to take me. I forget, was there, like... No. Okay. I'm trying to remember if the buttons on his coat had, like, a little line here or not. By the way, you might have noticed as I was, like, bringing up the concept art for these characters, her design changed the most from the original. So when I first sketched this group, she had a hat and darker purple hair and blue shades. But at one point when I was working on sketches for these pages, I just randomly drew her without a hat. Like, on just one of the frames, I just was like, or one of the panels, I was like, alright, let's just see how this character looks without a hat, and I ended up liking that design way better. So that's what I ended up going with. That is probably, like, the most consistent thing in all of my work for Smash Time Stories, is like, this looks cool. I'm going to try this on a whim. Wow, this worked out. I'm just going to keep doing this. Like, sometimes a design is, like, super intricately thought out and, like, oh, there's meaning behind every little thing and every little choice behind it. And then sometimes it's just, yeah, this looks cool. Okay, we're pretty much done with these 3. So we'll draw Jamie on a separate layer. Since she's far enough in the background that I'll probably have like a blue filter over the artwork. Just to make her colors a little more faded and distant. Yo, MG, what's up? Just working on some Smash Time stories today. Working on the pages that are supposed to go up this week. Because I have been very busy and did not have time to get them prepared ahead of time. Yo, MG, you gonna be down for Fortnite tomorrow? I need to finally use the Flash costume that they finally brought back! Yes! Dude, I have been waiting for so long. Yo, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I have been waiting for so long for that Flash costume to come back. I didn't start playing Fortnite properly until around April of this year, but I did play it, or more specifically, I played Rocket Racing last year. Back in December when they added it, I was like, alright, I'll check out Rocket Racing. I like Rocket League. So I downloaded Fortnite just for that. And that was right after Flash left the store, and then they didn't add the Flash back in for a full year. I think the number I saw was 370 days. Oh, dude, I was so mad. And then yesterday, I got like 5 different DMs from people all being like, dude, he's back! I was like, hell yeah, let's go. I've simply bought the Flash. Well, joke's on you. I did. I bought the Flash bundle, so I got the animation, and then there was a couple other like little things. I will now proceed to not buy any more Fortnite skins, because I should not be spending that kind of money. Pretty much the only reason I was able to get it was because I had leftover funds on the eShop from earlier this year. So I was like, alright, I guess I'll just use that for this. I would have grown the fucking mustache if they asked me. That is my favorite thing with the new Captain America. Or, well, more specifically with the new movie. For those who don't know, for unfortunate reasons, Thunderbolt Ross had to be recast, and they cast freaking Harrison Ford in the role. And they make a joke about it in the trailer that he doesn't have the mustache anymore. And everyone just assumed, like, oh, well, I can't believe Harrison Ford refused to grow the mustache. And then he said in an interview, like, no, I would have grown the mustache if they had asked me. Which is so freaking funny. God, I would love to see him return in the next movie with a mustache. Just to see if he would actually grow the mustache for a movie. Or if he's just bullshitting. Yo, TJ Koopa, what's up? Just working on Smash Time stories today. Getting the pages for this week ready. So, I'm definitely not going to be able to finish both pages on stream today, but I'll at least try to get the line art done for pages 23 and 24. I don't know why this particular pose is giving me such trouble. It's just not angled enough. Yeah, that is working better. Okay, now the background. This background is a little funky to draw because it's a grid pattern, but it's at a diagonal angle. So realistically, I could just draw it like that. I hate that that looks better than what I was doing. Let's try that again. And that works. Okay. Now, thankfully, I think on one of the backgrounds for this page, we can actually just reuse it from page 22. This panel down here more or less has the same framing as some of the other panels I've done, so I can probably just reuse the background. Not a whole lot of chances to do that, but when those chances arrive, you gotta take them. It's the little things that speed up the work and make it reasonable to complete. So, if you've only seen the finished pages, you might be surprised that I'm using a black outline for the backgrounds, because in the actual pages, they aren't black outlines. They're like really faded and they match the color of whatever's behind them. Let's see. So yeah, this is the background I can probably reuse. Actually, no, this one would be more accurate. But you can see, like, the colors kind of fade in to match whatever they're in front of. That's because I'm not actually using a regular outline. The outlines are done with a... what was it? So they've got a soft light filter on them. So that's how they would appear normally. here's how they look with the soft light effect on. And then on top of that, I've got a lighten layer, which just lightens all the colors that are darker than whatever set amount I'm going for. So I use those to like give the background some depth and some color without it being distracting. I want the characters to pop off the background, basically. And that's how I achieve it. Still gotta draw the flowers on the bush. It's annoying. Yeah, so just to show off what this would look like without color back there. Well, I can't on a white background because against white, the soft light just doesn't even show up. But like that's what it would look like with purple back there, for instance. So it softens the color without like making it, without having to do the work of going in and like change the color on every bit of the outline. Plus it kind of fades it a bit so that like when it goes from a darker color to a lighter color, it kind of softens the edge a bit. So like these lines are pretty thick, but with that effect going on, they won't appear nearly as thick as the like actual character outlines. So I'll just turn down the background layer for now. And I'll move on to the second panel. So, I like how this is one of those panels that I was talking about earlier where, like, this page in particular, like, pretty drastically changed over the last few days as I've, like, refined the dialogue and was, like, I was just going through and adjusting the posing and framing on everything. So originally, this panel was gonna be this guy doing the, like, Vegeta thumbs up, like, aha, I'm gonna win face, which, you know, if you've seen Dragon Ball, that face almost always leads to disaster. But instead, I changed it to like this panel where she's like, "Oh wow, what a pushover Kayla was, ha ha ha," and then here the guy who got kicked in the face by her is like, I wouldn't word it like that. I wouldn't say that. Okay, so I'm gonna refine this sketch, and then we'll do the final version of it. This one should be pretty straightforward. Adjust this a bit so he's looking in her direction. Alright, I guess his ears were supposed to be a bit lower than I normally draw characters. So even though his hair is more scraggly now, still trying to keep the hairline he had when he first showed up. If he shows up beyond this chapter, I'm not sure if he would go back to having this look, or if he'd keep the like messier hair. If he'd keep the Super Saiyan Trunks hairstyle. I guess if it was Super Saiyan Trunks, the hair would have to be about 5,000 times spikier. Yeah, for most of the characters, I try to give them different outfits every time they show up. This guy, I had him keep the same outfit as his first appearance, just so it would be more recognizable that, like, oh, it's him again. Since he was kind of just a background character in the first page where he showed up. He showed up for 2 pages and just got kicked in the face. He truly made the greatest of impressions. Okay, which side of her... Okay. So that should be like that then. Oh, right. Her jacket is supposed to have... Needs to have one more line. Yeah, I'm not fully sure how many pages episode 1 is going to end up being. The next thing I'm going to be working on is a fight scene, obviously. I mean, I say obviously, but that's pretty clearly what the last few pages have been building up to. So it really just depends on how long the fight scene ends up being. I mean, these are like chapter 1 monks, so they're not going to be like the most brutal adversaries or anything. But yeah, it just kind of depends on A, how long the fight is going to be, and then B, how many pages it's going to take to make that fight. Because honestly, I could fit a fight scene into like 4 pages if I really wanted to, but I prefer to like have larger panels these days rather than like 10 smaller panels. So we'll see. There's not much left in this chapter though. So my personal hope is to be done with episode 1 by like end of January, maybe end of February. We'll see. Okay, so that sketch is done. And let's move on to the line art. If we're lucky, I might be able to increase the schedule for episode 2. At some point, I would like to get back to doing 3 pages a week, but right now 2 a week is just more manageable. Or like even when I'm busy, I can still sneak in a page or 2 in a couple of days. But generally, I try to have like a backlog of pages completed. Partially because like every time I post a page, I'll be like, oh sweet, I'm done. And then I'll like look at it on Patreon a few days later and be like, oh wait, shoot, I gotta fix this, and this. Like, there's a lot of little things you just miss when you're working on stuff. Yeah, pretty much as soon as I finish this batch of pages, I need to start working on the next batch for next week. But it's fun. Honestly, it's just nice to work on the series again. It's gone on. Before the relaunch, it was going like on and off of hiatus all the time. Partially because, like, again, like, the reason I ended up relaunching the comic is because I just wasn't happy with the first few chapters. And it's hard to recommend someone read the comic when I'm like, don't read like chapter 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Like, those chapters were passable, they get the job done, but they just weren't really in line with what I wanted the series to be. And it's a little hard to pay off things later in the story if you don't set them up early enough. So, you know, it's easier to work on the comic now with the benefit of hindsight. In the same way that, one of the things I really liked with One Piece, the live-action version of it, is that they were able to set up stuff way earlier in the story because, you know, it's being made like 20 years after the series started. Like, as I'm, like, still slowly but surely working my way through One Piece, I have definitely come to appreciate things that I wasn't noticing when I first watched the show. Yo, Asteria, thank you for the raid. What were you streaming? Right now I'm just working on my webcomic, trying to get the next few pages ready for this week. And now we're just working on the line art for page 23 right now. Probably not going to be able to finish both pages on stream, but I'll either get the line art done for both or finish page 23 specifically. Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I have really appreciated working on this relaunch and just getting to like reapproach the series from the start with a better understanding of where things are going, what character arcs I want there to be, what stuff I want to build up, what kind of like humor I have in mind for the series. It's been a lot of fun. I put off doing the relaunch for so long, and in some ways I wish I hadn't, but I think in the end, it worked out better that way. The only thing that's kind of annoying about it is, you know, I'm still working on The Witch's Trial. So it's a little hard to promote that at the same time and be like, hey, here's this short that very clearly references stuff later in the series. I'm definitely going to get a lot of work done on Witch's Trial for the next few weeks. I have to, like, redo a lot of storyboards for that. Talked about it on stream before, but again, the hard drive failure. I lost, like, the entire last third of the short. I still have all the audio for it, but I'm thinking I'm just going to use that as an opportunity, make the most of a bad situation, just be like, all right, you know what? We're redoing the entire last third, coming up with a better idea for it. Really annoyed about it, but the ideas I've got for the like new final fight are like way better. So like it's annoying, but it's also exciting. Honestly, the main like difficult thing for me as I've been working on like both the relaunch and the Witch's Trial, it's just been like getting used to letting my art be simple when it needs to be versus like trying to make everything as complex and detailed as possible. Like I went to art school, so I'm often thinking about like, all right, well, I gotta put in like this detail and like I gotta light it this way and shade it this way and like texture it this way or whatever, and like, no, I need to let the shapes do their work. I need to just let the cartoony art be cartoony art. I think using these new brushes has also helped with that, because it's having like the texture on the outlines helps me kind of like, it's hard to describe, but in my mind it helps me see it better as like, okay, this is like an illustration for a comic, like this is a comic outline. Don't try and put in like all this shading or like all these lighting effects or whatever. Just let it be shape, lighting, background. Not like, all right, shape, form, blah blah blah. You just gotta know when to include detail and when to dial it back a bit. I think I'm starting to get better at that. Okay. Panel 3. I don't think this one... Oh, no. Yep, this one's gonna need a little bit more work. I forgot. Oh my gosh, that is a very silly expression he was doing on this version of it. I ended up not wanting to go with that pose just because, like, having 3 front-facing poses looked a little silly. So this one, like, it's still technically front-facing, but it's a bit more dynamic. Okay, time for another sketch. So on this panel, he's like being very dramatic and like, oh, to think someone would ruin my perfect face like this. I can't believe it. It's truly the greatest tragedy the world has ever seen. And then Jamie's just in the background like, I wish I could kick him in the face too. Hmm. So I'm gonna shrink his face a little bit more. So now I can slide him over a little bit. She also appears in this panel, but she's not the focus. Okay. Now let's finalize this drawing of Jamie. This is a very quiet song right now. In fact, I'll let it play. We'll just have a very quiet moment. A very, very quiet moment. Okay. Honestly, one of my favorite things drawing this chapter has just been Jamie's updated design. Just drawing reactions for her with the giant glasses she wears. I think her new design works a lot better. Especially the big poofy hat. So not all of her outfits are gonna have shirts that literally say her name on them. As funny as that would be, I don't think she would be self-centered enough to have like 7 shirts that all just say Jamie on them. But I was trying to come up with a design that worked for this particular chapter, which is like in the middle of the summer. So her normal outfit has like a thick coat. It's like a very baggy outfit, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. I don't know that she would wear that when it's like 100 degrees outside. And I'm not going to bother sketching the background because I'm just going to reuse it from this panel. Although I will have to edit Kayla out of that panel. So she's just like knocked over in the bush, like in the background of that. But in this page, she's like, this is her getting back up and getting ready to fight. So the next panel after this is the guy noticing that the leaves are rustling and she's no longer visible in the background. So I can reuse that panel, but I'll have to erase her from it. That for now. Okay, so now color that in with the grass color. I'll have to adjust the shading on that because now obviously the character that was there is no longer there. I guess I could just blur it. And from there, yeah, that worked out pretty well. We'll darken up the shadows on all of these. I think when I drew this, I drew the shading and then I went over it with a soft eraser like this basically, which is why those are all lighter. Okay, and last but not least, now I just gotta fix a couple small issues that arise from the panel size being different. Which layer did I color that on? I think it was this one. So stuff like this is why I usually don't shade based around where the characters are standing or where word bubbles are going to be. Because then I can reuse stuff between pages. I try not to reuse stuff too often, but again, sometimes you just need to speed up the work occasionally. And I mean, if I drew a detailed background for something, why wouldn't I use it again, you know? Okay, I need the... Come on. So I need both of these layers. The fence outline was on a different layer. Okay. Alright. So I am going to get up and stretch for just a second before I continue with this page. Just get this labeled. Alright. I'm We'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So let's get back to work. I wonder if anyone's gonna click onto the stream and see me drawing this guy and be like, dude, you're drawing him like completely off model. What are you doing? Because unfortunately, I don't have the reference of him with the like messed up hairstyle. I just have him pre getting kicked in the face. This guy has two eras. Pre getting kicked in the face and post getting kicked in the face. Getting tagged in right now. Hang on. All right. So by the way, for the next like 2 weeks or so, I'm gonna try and sneak in as many streams as I can. or at the very least stick to the what's supposed to be the usual stream schedule. Because right now we've got 28 subs, and if I can reach 40, which is unlikely, but if we can reach 40, we unlock some extra emote slots. So I want to try and reach those goals if possible. Just unlock as many emotes as I can while I've somehow got a lot of subscribers. Because I get the feeling once that number drops back down, we are not going to be getting this high again for quite a while. So I've already got a few emote slots that I need to fill. I just need to like come up with some ideas for those emotes. But thankfully, those aren't timed, so it's not like if I don't fill them before the sub count goes back down, I would lose them. It's not how it works. Yeah, the only downside to losing subs at this point would be just getting further away from unlocking more slots. But it is what it is. We'll make a push while it's viable, and then if we get some extra slots, we get some extra slots. And if we don't, we don't. So I think the plan right now is Wednesday we'll probably do the wheel. And then Saturday will probably be Mario and Luigi. And then next week for Farm Monday, I might do Harvest Moon 64. Or I might do a session of Stardew Valley. Because, believe it or not, I still haven't played the 1.6 update yet. I would also like to do some more Fields of Mystria. That's gotten an update since the last stream of it. But again, I don't want to do a full playthrough on stream until the game is out of early access. So I'm not rushing out to do that. At the very least, if I do more of it on stream, I'm going to be spacing out those sessions. So many farming options. I could, speaking of farming options, I could play Lego Fortnite. It's not entirely a farm sim, but it would more or less fit Farm Monday. And I could finally play it as the Flash. I can finally be the fastest brick alive. I also need to stream Hitman again sometime soon. Probably gonna play a few missions off stream just to unlock a couple things. Because ultimately what I'm doing in the game right now is just completing challenges, so... just completing challenges so I can unlock stuff for the... what's it called? The freelancer mode. How could I not think of the word freelancer? That's literally what I do! Freelance, not hitmanning. Yo, Hunter, thank you for the raid. It's going good. Just working on Smash Time Stories right now. Getting this week's pages ready. If I zoom out a bit, here's what we've got so far. These are the next 3 panels we have to work on, and if we have time, we'll work on page 24. for now, we gotta focus on 23, since that's the page that's supposed to be out tomorrow. And I am really trying to avoid having any gaps in the schedule during episode 1. I want to at least finish the first episode before I have any situations where it's like, alright, no page this week. What are you saying? You aren't a professional hitman? I mean, if you've seen the Hitman streams, I am far from professional. Okay, 2 panels left to outline, or 3 panels left to outline on this page. And thankfully that one already has the background done, so I don't have to stress about that. Dalton is the least professional. Accurate. At least in terms of playing the Hitman games. Shout out to the last time I streamed Hitman, where everything went wrong constantly. Which, I mean, that's just the Hitman experience. But, like, did the hotel mission. It just spent, like, 30 minutes not even killing the characters, just knocking everyone out in the basement, and then more guards would run in like, stop, what are you doing? And I'm like, dude, how many guards does this one building have? I'm gonna say if we Lego for Farm Monday, I'm down. Hell yeah. I would definitely be down for that. The only thing is I would have to test it to make sure, like, the game doesn't lag out horribly if I'm streaming at the same time. Because I've noticed Fortnite does not like it when I have uploads going on. Even if it's just like video. Or not video, like posting an image to Twitter or something, or like saving a capture from the game. Fortnite will be like, what are you doing? Stop that. This should be the fastest panel, at least, since most of it is just background. Yeah, now right now the plan is to just stream a bunch this month and try to hit 40 subs just to unlock some extra emote slots. Don't know if it's gonna happen, but might as well try, you know? Plus, it'll just be nice to get some streams done after not having a ton of time for it last month. The schedule has finally cleared up a bit, though. So now I'm just working on Smash Time stories and some commissions. Speaking of which, if anyone is interested in commissions, go check out my Blue Sky. I've got commission info up there. Got a couple of those that I need to work on over the next few days. First, I gotta finish these comic pages, though, just to make sure they're done on time. So that reminds me, actually, Juker. Have they added anything to rocket racing in, like, the last year? Like, that was the one I was more excited about than, like, Lego Fortnite or whatever. Or, like, Fortnite festivals. And I played it, and it's a lot of fun. But I don't know, I never hear anyone talking about it. At least compared to, like, all of the other modes. That's been very dead. They don't support it for some reason. Oh, that's so lame. Because Rocket Racing, like, it fucking rules. It is a very well-designed, like, arcadey racing game. And I was so freaking hyped for that, dude, because I love Rocket League. It's kind of ridiculous that they would make a racing game out of it and then just not support it. I guess I can't be too surprised, though. Festival is very fun. I'm sure it's fine. I just have zero interest in that mode. So this panel I'm going to make a little easier for myself. The characters are far enough in the background that I'm not going to color them in normally. I'll just make them all like one shade of like dark blue or something since they're not in focus. Dude, we'll have to check out Lego Fortnite sometime. You know what I might also stream this month? Banjo-Tooie. I wanted to stream that when it was added to Switch Online, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. NSO was the way I played through Banjo-Kazooie for the first time, so I'm definitely looking forward to checking out Tooie. maybe I'll also stream through the Donkey Kong Land games. When I did the Bowser's Fury race, I played a little bit of Donkey Kong Land 1 on stream, and that was actually surprisingly fun. I had never heard particularly good things about any of the Land games, but it seemed fine. I don't know why you would play it over Donkey Kong Country, but again, it seemed fine. I am curious if they're going to end up adding Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country, though. Because that's the version, or one of the versions that I grew up with, and that is not what I would call a good game. That is a very janky, mean, funky version of Donkey Kong Country. It doesn't even have a new funky mode. It's ridiculous. Honestly, I would love for them to add the Game Boy Advance versions, though. I did not grow up with those, but they make some interesting changes in those versions, particularly for Donkey Kong Country 3. I kind of miss that era, man. Not necessarily like Game Boy Advance or DS or whatever, just like that, the whole like 6th generation, I think it was the 6th generation, like GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and the handhelds of that era. Just because like games came out pretty frequently on all of those systems. And I mean, crunch was still obviously an issue, but I just miss when games could be like smaller in scope and then have like fun side modes and not just be like, all right, here's the game that's gonna like eat up all of your time for a year, and then we're not gonna release another one for like another 5 years. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just growing increasingly jaded with modern game design. I haven't really had that issue with like modern Nintendo games though. Like, there's some that I haven't been a fan of. There's a few games where like I feel like they fall into some of the modern design traps, but generally they're still putting out stuff that I'm enjoying. Same with Sega. Occasionally, they're releasing some pretty good stuff, but Yakuza 8 in particular kinda had some stuff that I wasn't a huge fan of in terms of like bloat. I don't know, the Yakuza games have always had a ton of content, and I don't know, I feel like 8 in particular, there's a lot there, and a lot of it is fantastic, but it definitely feels more bloated than the other games in the series, and not in a good way. Still one of the best games I've played this year, though, so this rant is more just kind of rambling, I guess. It's more so just concern for the future of the series if they keep going down that direction. Yeah, I was talking about this game on Blue Sky recently, but Star Fox Assault is like the perfect example of like the kind of game I miss seeing from major publishers. Like, it's not a particularly long game, but it's a complete game with a good story mode, multiple, like, how do I put this? You got a complete story mode, you've got a really in-depth multiplayer mode that isn't the main focus of the game. It's not being sold as like, alright, here's your fucking MOBA, Battle Royale, whatever. It's just a side mode in a game that you're gonna play for a bit and then move on. But nowadays, it feels like every multiplayer thing has to be designed around like, alright, we're putting a lot of time into this, so it has to last for years, and it has to have a constant stream of content. And it's like, man, that's cool and all when it works. When it doesn't work, it means a game will get shut off for good pretty quickly. That's not cool. But I just miss when I could buy a game and it would have a silly multiplayer mode that I would play for, like, I don't know, just for fun occasionally, when it's like, alright, who's in the mood for this nonsense? Rather than every multiplayer thing being designed around, like, alright, this has to be your life now. Here's the battle pass for, fucking... I'm just so sick of battle passes in general, man. And I realize this is a very rambly rant, like, even for me, but... one of these days I'll get these thoughts more condensed and write a blog post about it or something. Because right now it kind of just feels like old man yells at clouds, but it's just old man yells about state of video game industry. More at 11. Yo, Mew, what's up? I'm just working on the webcomic here today. Trying to get tomorrow's page ready. Almost done with the line art for page 23. Not sure if I'm gonna do the line art for page 24 or if I'm just gonna jump right into coloring. In the meantime, we're just going to finish this up. And then move on to either coloring or line art. Just whatever I'm feeling like in a few minutes, basically. I'm not planning to stay up super late tonight, so this probably won't be going like for 3 more hours or anything like that. I'll just do another hour or 2. Again, we'll see how I'm feeling though. It's been a while since I've had free time to work on this, but that also means it's been a while since I've had free time to just go sit on the couch and play some video games, so... we'll see. we'll move the hat down just a little bit. Oops. And then for those three, I'll probably have to do a rough sketch first to get their details down. Love your style. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've been working on trying to refine it over the last couple months, especially since I started working on the comic. I feel like I've been getting more consistent. I mean, what are you talking about? He has no style. He has no grace. He doesn't even have a funny face. How dare you? I have the funniest face of all, thank you very much. There's a reason they call me, they call me freaking... I was gonna say lanky, but I'm not lanky, actually. I am not super tall. And no, I also cannot handstand when I need to. You hesitated, you fucked up. Damn. Guess I will take the L on this one. So I gotta do a rough sketch for these three to get them looking a bit better. So he in particular is gonna look nervous in this panel. This is the three of them running off with the stolen stuff. And if you follow along from the previous two, there's going to be rustling in the bushes. He notices that, which he knows what that means, considering he was kicked in the face already. So he's like, alright, I gotta go, bye. And then the other two are going to have more confident expressions, because they're just going along with him. So if I remember correctly, I might have to open up an earlier page. Let's see. Okay, we'll open up this page. So she had 3 suitcases and then 2 regular bags. So this guy will have one of the bags or one of the suitcases. So the buff dude is next. He's gonna have 2 of the suitcases. And he's gonna be carrying both of them over his shoulders. So, I don't think in the entirety of this whole conflict that this buff dude says like a single word. He's definitely supposed to be like the strong, silent type. I was here. Your streams and YouTube helped me learn some animation. I think that's a big reason I got into my dream school, so never doubt your talent. Thanks! It's cool that you got to go to your dream school. Yeah, I went to college here for animation. Ironically, if you can believe it, I did not go for 2D animation. The college I went to was teaching only 3D animation, but, I mean, a lot of the fundamentals are the same, so... Just a lot of my 2D stuff ended up being self-taught, and then using some of the stuff I learned for 3D. Learning 3D was very useful, though. Especially now that I've been getting back into, like, doing 3D modeling with Blender. Yeah, Blender's a lot of fun, and there is a like setting for there's a preset for it where you can have it use like the same layout and like hotkeys as Autodesk Maya, which is what I had used in college for my 3D work. So once I learned that that was a thing, it made relearning 3D way easier. Yeah, I don't think this guy is going to speak at all during this chapter, and if he does, it's probably going to be like a 1 or 2 word sentence. I kind of want to paint the picture that he's not... He's just a guy going along with the other two for whatever reason. Why is he going along with them? Maybe you'll find out. And then... Okay, so she can carry the regular bags. Yeah, I haven't really streamed any of my 3D work, partially because 3D programs are very taxing on the computer, and on the new computer I could probably stream 3D just fine. On the laptop it was kind of out of the question. But yeah, I've been slowly getting used to doing 3D again. Mainly using it for like backgrounds right now. I'll use it to keep environments consistent between shots or between pages. So on Blue Sky, I had posted some examples of 3D backgrounds I made for Chapter 1 of Smash Time Stories, and for The Witch's Trial, which is the animated short I'm working on. I say animated short as if it's not a fucking 15-minute anime episode. But For Witch's Trial, I'm doing all of the backgrounds as 3D models. Partially because that animation is going to have hundreds of shots, and I would probably lose my mind if I had to do hundreds of backgrounds again. So, one of the things I'm planning to work on this month while I've got some free time is I want to just finally get all of the details for the Witch's Trial background locked in so I can start getting that background done and start plopping it into the various shot files. Sent you a thing you will get a good laugh at. Okay, Juker. If this is a D's nuts joke, I said a good laugh. Alright, let's see. Let's see what you've sent me. Professor Layden and the part. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna show you all what he sent me really quick. Okay, ad block, I don't give a shit. I'm opening this image he sent me, and ad block pops up to be like, "Hey, we've updated. Please remember we've updated." Professor Layden and the part where you gotta blow into the microphone to solve the puzzle. Oh, that's good. I don't think they do microphone puzzles very often. That might just be in, like, the first 2 games. But I guess everyone back then had to experiment with including the microphone bit in their DS games. I need to make a laughing emote at some point. That's a good reminder. Let me... Actually, I've been talking about this, but my goal right now is to try and bring in, like, I don't know, at least like 10 more subs by the end of the month, just so we can unlock some extra emote slots. The next one's unlock at 40, so I'm planning to do a bunch of streaming this month to try and hit that goal before that number plummets back down to where it normally sits. But I just want to see really quick how many emote slots I've got available as is, because I want to, like, just keep adding more because they're fun to make. So I got a few free emote slots, 4 more regular emote slots, 6 animated slots, 2 bonus animated slots, so 8 total. So yeah, we got a lot of slots available as is. But while I've got the opportunity to reach those goals, I'm going to try and push for it just so I can, you know, so I can have them unlocked, because they stay unlocked forever. I'm very thankful that Twitch isn't like, oh, you haven't been at this sub goal for like X number of days, we're gonna remove your slots or whatever. Like, that would be so lame, and I'm just very glad they don't do that. Oops. Okay, so this is another background that I'll get to reuse in the next page. So, they all run off to the side of the screen. They're like, all right, we're out of here. Later, losers. And like you can see them over the stairs. In the next page, Kayla chases after them. So I can reuse the background here and also here. Where Kayla jumps up there and then runs the wrong way. It's a very Bobobo reaction shot here. So we'll probably do the outlines for page 24 tonight. And then I'll just do the coloring off stream. So one other thing I can show really quick. So as you saw in that page, she like leaps out of the foliage to like chase after them, which I think is a more entertaining way to do this scene. When I originally sketched out these pages, hang on, where did I save this? Where is it? Okay, so when I originally saved this page, she was just gonna show up looking angry and covered in leaves. And I thought that was an okay joke. But I like the idea of her just leaping into action and then immediately running the wrong way. Because, I mean, you gotta give these guys time to escape. Otherwise, there's no chase scene. Because I'm pretty sure Kayla would be faster than all three of them. She's generally ridden to be pretty fast. That's a very goofy expression. You know, it's funny, all this music was written by Popsky, but I've used it for Stardew Valley streams so many times that certain songs will kick in and I'm just like, oh man, I miss playing Stardew. So I think before I continue Stardew Valley, I want to at least get Harvest Moon 64 done, because I've been saying I want to do it for like a year now. And if I keep putting it off, I'm just never going to get around to it. So, let's get it done. It's one of my favorite games of all time, so... I mean, I'm probably going to stream it more than once. That's one of those games where, like, I imagine I'll stream it for the playthrough and then probably just occasionally stream it at random, just because, again, I really love that game. It's one of my all-time favorites. I think after this stream, I'll probably post the concept art for this delinquent trio. The Mischief Makers, which that's a silly little reference to include. That has nothing to do with the actual game. I was just trying to think of a fun name to give this trio and thought of that. I'm like, alright, let's go. Yeah, right now all of the files related to them are literally just called like delinquents. Because at the time I just did not have a name picked out. I was talking about it earlier in the stream, but episode 1 of the webcomic has it had a very interesting production cycle. Because originally, what ended up being episode 1 was like the first few pages. Or originally, episode 1, at least what it ended up being. I'm stumbling over my words here, but I split what was going to be episode 1 into 2 episodes. Is basically what I'm trying to say. That way I could give both scenes or both parts more time to breathe. More time to flow. And I think that worked out for the best, because episode 1 has ended up evolving and being like, you know, it kind of has the feel of like an anime episode. It's got some setup, it's got some payoff, it's got some action, it's got some comedy, it's got a little bit of everything. It's the perfect like introduction to what the series is. The kind of tone it goes for, which is, you know, it's got action, it's got drama, but it's not super serious. It's meant to be a little bit silly, without being like wink at the camera, like, haha, isn't this so silly? It's just lighthearted. Episode 2 is going to be a bit more intense, but overall the series isn't super serious or anything. It's just fun. Yeah, like, when I was finalizing the plans for this chapter, I kept going back and forth on if I even wanted to have like this final fight scene at the end, or if it was just gonna be like, all right, and then Pierre and Kayla go down to catch their boat, and everything is great and fine. Because one of those gets us to episode 2 faster and continues the story faster. But I think having like these jerks show up again, it's a stronger ending to episode 1's story. But it is kind of funny to look back on, because like if you go and look at the like cover art for episode 1, the poster that I use for the series, I'll just load it up, I guess. One. So this was the cover for episode 1 of the webcomic. It's just kind of funny if you go and look at this. None of these 3 characters have shown up yet. The 3 of them are not important to episode 1 because it got split into 2 different chapters. So he's gonna show up by the end of the chapter. That's not really a spoiler, that's just... he's gonna be there. I don't think you're gonna see the other 2 before the chapter ends. And, you know, it still works just fine, because, like, it's foreshadowing the trip that they're gonna go on. It's just really funny that it's like, alright, episode 1, here we go. Here's 3 characters who aren't important to episode 1. There's also a few, like, early designs going on here, too. On one hand, it annoys me personally as an artist that now the first chapter... Did Pierre get the Smash invitation? God, if only. But, you know, it kind of annoys me that some of the designs aren't 100% accurate to how the characters are going to appear when they actually show up. On the other hand, I know that even professional productions do that, because I have a poster for Hey Arnold the movie in my childhood room. And that poster has so many weird off designs that aren't... those aren't how the characters look in the movie. It's not how they look in the show. Like, every character's outfit is, like, differently colored from how it's supposed to look. And it's like, what happened here? How did this happen? It drives me crazy seeing that poster, dude, because, like, I watched that show so much as a kid, and I was always confused, like, why does everyone look off? And it's an official poster. It was the poster they used to promote the movie. I got it from my parents' video store. I know it's legit. But every single character on there is, like, just oddly colored, and it's like, what happened here? Hang on. Let me find the artwork I'm thinking of. So this is the poster I was thinking of. The thing that immediately stands out to me... Why is Phoebe's outfit yellow? That's not... She has never worn that in the show. But also I want to point out, the villain of this movie... Spoilers. But the villainous looking dude on the back is the villain. This drawing right here This drawing is why I hate drawing cartoon characters with only 4 fingers instead of 5. Look at how gross that hand looks. That is disgusting. I hate that so much, dude. This poster, like, single-handedly convinced me that if I draw cartoon characters, I'm drawing them with 5 fingers. Anyways, now that that rant about my childhood is over, back to drawing. Draw the 5th one next to his thumb. Well, here's the issue. That doesn't work. That just looks so wrong, dude. That is upsetting. See, now you draw it like that. And that looks kind of normal. I mean, this finger is still a bit lower. I meant the other side. How dare you? No. I refuse. But yeah, no. I hate this poster so much. I also don't particularly like the movie, but that poster, it just upsets me. Yeah, it's not the good Hey Arnold movie. The good Hey Arnold movie came out on Netflix in 2017. It's still wild to me that that movie is actually real. It exists. I never thought they would finish it. The good Hey Arnold movie is wild because of the death count. You're not wrong. I mean, I don't know if I would say that that's the reason it's good, but yeah, a surprising amount of people die in the Jungle movie. And not even like in cartoon movie, like, oh, they're fine kind of way. It's like, no, those people are dead. It's probably double digits. I'm pretty sure it is. Though, I don't know. Maybe they just went to the Shadow Realm, you know? Yeah, it was very shocking watching that movie and seeing characters like just straight up die on screen. And it's like, this is a Hey Arnold movie. This is a Nickelodeon movie. But yeah, chat, if you haven't seen it and you watched Hey Arnold as a kid, go watch the Jungle movie. It's good. If you didn't watch Hey Arnold as a kid, I don't know how much you're going to get out of that movie, but it is very much like a proper finale for the series. And I always love a series getting to have a proper finale, even if it's after the fact. Oh yeah, Hey Arnold as a show was great. It was probably my favorite. I think it was considered a Nicktoon. I'm trying to remember. Like, I know it was a cartoon on Nickelodeon, but as far as I'm aware, Nicktoon does not literally apply to every Nickelodeon cartoon. It's like an actual term that applies to certain shows. But I'm pretty sure it was considered a Nicktoon. Yeah, Hey Arnold aged the best. Jimmy Neutron, I think, aged the most interestingly. I think if you watch it now, you will still get a lot out of it. It's just... It some of it's very weird, some of it's very dumb, some of it's very weird and very dumb. But it's funny. Like, I think there's some episodes that I think are funnier now, watching them as an adult, than they were when I was a kid. Dude. Oh my god. So, a while back, I watched a couple episodes with a friend. we were losing it. Just absolutely fucking losing it. In this one episode where, like, the villain shows up and they brain control, like, everyone in town. And then the freaking Cindy shows up to save everyone. Just beats the shit out of Carl. Just fucking annihilates him. Just... Dude, it was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's just so fast and sudden. Oh my god. I forget what the episode name was, but it was a good one. Like, that show, looking back on it, it is very unhinged in a way that I did not fully recognize as a kid. So, that layer would be Jamie. This layer is the Mischief Makers. And then this is the foreground layer, which should be in front of them. And then with the background layer in the very back. I don't think I've actually been consistent in this chapter with how many stairs or how many steps these stairs have, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. They're always just in the background, so... Okay, so we'll clean that up. And then, even though this is behind Jamie, add that just so when the background is reused, it can be consistent. Okay. Oh, you can see a sort of a dialogue bubble that got removed. So originally, and when I say originally, I mean earlier today, it was going to be 2 panels down here. They were going to taunt and then run off. Then I added the reaction shot instead, so now it's just the 1 panel, so these 2 dialogue bubbles had to be combined. I think it works out better that way, especially because the next page has very similar framing for those 2 shots. which is intentional, but I didn't want it to be 4 panels that are all basically the same. Okay, but those are looking pretty good. Oh, I should probably add her fishnets really quick. And the plaid pattern on the skirt. And before I forget, let me just clean that up as well. Okay, line art is done for page 23. Let's move on to line art for page 24. I shouldn't need to sketch most of the panels for this page. I already drew them out earlier today. I am going to get up and stretch really quick before we continue, just because it's been a bit. So, BRB. Alright, let's keep going. So I think the goal for tonight at this point is to just finish the line art. And then I'll work on coloring and shading tomorrow. We'll see though. I think if line art takes me less than an hour, I'll consider it. I'll consider doing some of the coloring on stream, but I would really like to just relax tonight when the stream is over rather than work until midnight. So we'll see. I don't mind having late nights for drawing though. It's usually pretty fun. Especially when I'm actually drawing, like, you know, personal projects. Like, if I'm staying up this late, I'm not working on commissions, that's for sure. Well, even if I'm not using that original sketch, I can still have the leaves gag. The sketch I'm referring to, by the way. Originally, he was just gonna show up like, aha, I'm back, looking very angry. Or more disappointed than angry, but I think this worked out better. How's everyone doing tonight? I've been having a pretty good time streaming this. It's been a while since I've gotten to just do a art stream for fun. And I mean, I know technically this is work, because I have to get these pages done in time for them to be released tomorrow. But it is still a personal project, so that's always fun. Yeah, I don't do it much anymore, but I used to love just working late on original projects like this. Like, I would usually do them... I wouldn't do them on stream, of course, just because I don't particularly like going super late. I have been doing more late night streams recently, though. But I just really enjoyed staying up late and working on stuff and, like, listening to some podcasts or watching some Let's Plays or something. I used to do that all the time. I don't do it so much nowadays just because this chair is not the most comfortable thing in the world. I really need to get a new computer chair at some point. Yeah, I don't know. If I do get a more comfortable chair at some point, maybe I'll consider doing more late night art streams. We'll see. I've noticed recently that streaming somewhat late into the night has been working out better than doing it in the evening. So the issue is less the time and more so just going for long periods of time. But I guess I don't have to do like 6-hour long streams. If people tune in to like a 2 or 3 hour long one, that's great. I mean, the vibes here are usually pretty chill, so why not just do more random chill streams? God, I'm gonna have to do the background for this one. I mean, this won't be too bad because I can do an action background for the sky. All I really need to do is the fence. Been trying to find that Jimmy Neutron episode. Was the villains the eggs? No, it was like, I think the villain was like a old lady grandma or something who did like a cooking show. Grandma Taters. Okay. Yeah, I think it was the episode that introduced her. Literally all I remember from it, because it was so fucking funny, is just that one shot of freaking Cindy just destroying Carl. The rest of the episode is just a complete blur. So I'll probably start streaming more of my work on the comic after this. Recently, part of why I didn't want to stream these was because of the introduction of the Mischief Makers here. Because it's kind of a fake out when they're first introduced. They're like, oh, look, it's a fan. Oh, wait, no, it's an enemy. Like, I kind of didn't want to spoil that twist by literally drawing the pages where she's like, aha, I gotcha. So that kind of applies for like whenever there's a big twist coming up in the comic or whatever. I'm probably not going to want to stream working on pages that reveal those twists, because like there are ways I can avoid spoiling things. Like I could just not show any of the dialogue, but you could still generally figure out what's going on a lot of the time, because you know, comics are a visual medium. The visuals are going to tell you what's going on, even if you don't see the words. But I'm also trying to get over caring about spoiling shit, because Like, what does it matter if I spoil something if people aren't paying attention to begin with, you know? Like, I've been this way with Witch's Trial in particular. I haven't wanted to stream stuff from it because I don't want to spoil, like, what's going on in that animation. But at the same time, I need to build up hype for it. Yo, Bagnall, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa. And thank you for the reminder that I do not have a gift sub alert. I really should get around to making one of those. But yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. So we're now only 7 subs away from unlocking more emote slots. Thank you so much. When are we doing a stream to get you to shut up again? I mean, if you want to play some Mario Party sometime, I'm down. Also doesn't necessarily have to be Jamboree. Could do Superstars, could do one of the ones that you've got access to for streaming. I would be down for streaming some of the ones that are on NSO, just because I don't think I can do Parsec streaming my end and also streaming to Twitch. But I would like to try that at some point. It just needs to actually... I would just need to be sure to test the online connection first, you know? Just make sure, like, the audio would be fine and all that. Yeah, thanks for the gift subs. We are very close to hitting that goal. In case anyone hadn't heard me talking about it earlier, this month I'm trying to just unlock as many emotes as possible while I've got the opportunity. Because every 10... At least where I'm at right now, it's like every 10 subs you get extra emote slots. And thanks to a very dumb Mario Party stream recently, we actually got up to 30. So, we got up to 30 subs, not 30 emote slots. God, I wish we had 30 emote slots. Yeah, no, because of that, I'm trying to do a push this month to get as many subs as I can and, like, unlock as many emote slots as I can before that number inevitably goes down and the goals start being completely out of range again. So yeah, expect more streams from me coming soon. This week I'm planning to finally launch the wheel streams I've been teasing. I guess while folks are here I can talk about that. Then 2 questions. Are you open for commissions? And are you accepting payment in subs? Yes to both, but I would recommend... hang on, let me... You can find my sub info on Blue Sky. I'll link to it really quick. I would leave it up to you if you would rather go for subs or, like, paying regularly. But it is not recommended. Bad conversion. I mean, frankly, I will gladly take subs for commissions. Yeah, unlocking extra slots would be great, so... Totally up to you, though. Yeah, as Juker's explaining, when you hit a sub goal, you unlock the emotes permanently, regardless of whether or not it drops back down. So that's why I'm doing the push for it this month, because when the number inevitably drops back down to a more reasonable number of subs, it's gonna be a long time before we ever get that high again. But yeah, Juker actually also commissioned some emotes that way, so I would certainly do the commission that way. Just DM me whatever you're interested in on Blue Sky or Twitter afterwards. I'm not using Twitter much anymore, but for DMs, if it's more convenient, that works. Yeah, nowadays I'm mostly just using Blue Sky. The only times I have opened up Twitter recently, it has been so jarring. Because I'll go on Blue Sky and people will be posting art and having fun. Are you on John's Discord? You can just feel free to add me on Discord if you want. Take a wild guess what my username is on there. I'll give you a hint. It's just Smash Tunes. Yeah, it's been very funny ever since I stopped using Twitter. The few times I've had to open it for like any reason, I have just immediately regretted it like every time. That site has gotten so bad. And like for a while I was only on there because like I kind of needed it for work, because like if people are commissioning me, I would need to answer DMs. But nowadays, so many people are just on Blue Sky that I can just do commissions over there, and if someone needs to like send me like reference images or whatever, then I'll just give them my Discord. Yeah, no, every time I have opened up Twitter, it's purely been by accident, and then I'll realize it because I'll like see 3 posts, like 3 or 4 posts in, I'll see just people being super aggressive or rude or like saying offensive shit, and I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm done with this. I've gone to the wrong place. Alright, so, first panel is done. I'm not gonna bother... You know what? Screw it, I am gonna bother. Nah, I'm not gonna bother. I was thinking of putting the lighthouse in here, but it just muddies up the scene. It's gonna be an action background behind the rail anyways. So realistically, I should do a second sketch of this panel just to clean it up a bit. But I kind of want to just leave it as is so it can be a little looser. I'll draw it, and then if it's not looking good, I'll redraw the panel. Yeah, well, I'll do a sketch first. I hope everyone's having a good night tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I really should stream art more often. I'm also glad that this stream has gone significantly better than the last art stream. I ended up deleting the VOD for that one because, like, none of my audio settings were working right. So for, like, the first 10 minutes, I was dead silent, and there was no music. Oh my god, cheap followers. More like... quick ban. Haha. Gotta love bots. Yeah, I'll look over that. After the stream, I'll send you I'll send you an answer for that, but I mean that should be fine. I'll just I'll just look over it after the stream just to make sure I'm getting work done for now. But yeah, I should probably have time for a commission like that. Maybe towards the end of the month I'll do like a sub request stream or something. On Patreon I do generally have like every couple months I'll do a thing where I'll let subs request or let Patreon backers request doodle ideas with the explicit understanding that it'll be a doodle and not a full commission, whereas like for the best viewers on Twitch, smash dude stuff. Good. But yeah, no, On Patreon, I've done like doodle requests before, so maybe I should try that on Twitch sometime. I think of all of the character redesigns I did for the relaunch of the comic, Jamie probably has the best one. Her old design was fine, but I never felt like the colors fully came together on it, and pretty much every chapter I was giving her a different color scheme because just, I don't know, it wasn't working out. And then for the relaunch, I ended up finding like a bunch of like oranges and reds that work really well for her. And I changed her hair color, changed how I draw her hair. Just a bunch of little changes that like really brought the design together. Now she's one of my favorites to draw. Plus, just in the context of the comic, I really love writing her role in particular, where she's like the character who basically has to keep an eye on Kayla at all times, because Kayla will run off and get into trouble. And Jamie's like, ah, God, this again? Okay. So, 2 panels down. panel is going pretty quickly. Well, I'm still gonna have to draw the fountain after this. Might be a little annoying. So after I finish this panel, I'll probably get up and stretch again for a minute. Yes, that is an accurate description. Yeah, for chapter 1, for her character render, which is just like the official art for her like main outfit for that chapter, I went with a very peaceful pose, which is not really accurate to how she's portrayed 90% of the time. She is very much the kind of character who like runs headfirst into danger without ever thinking about consequences. But she's also got the skills to get out of like any trouble she gets into. But yeah, the dynamic between these two is it's very fun to write. Because there's one character who's always trying to run into danger, and then another character who is always trying to avoid danger. Like, I think in the character bios, I haven't finished Jamie's character bio, but I think hers says something like she's no good in a fight, whereas Kayla is extremely skilled in fights. So Jamie is always like the character on the sidelines, trying to keep Kayla out of trouble, and then when that inevitably fails, having to get her out of trouble. It's more like a superhero kind of series. The enemies in this chapter are like kind of generic bullies, just because like I kind of wanted to introduce some like standard like non-threatening opponents for the first chapter, just to like ease into the tone of like how the story is written. Whereas in later chapters, the enemies are going to be more serious. To do the background for this panel. Hide the characters really quick so I can see the fountain. But yeah, the idea with like the group of bullies in this chapter in particular is like I kind of wanted the comic to have like, you know, kind of like the like Team Rocket kind of antagonists, the kind of characters who show up and they're like not really a major threat. Like sometimes they can cause trouble, but generally they're just kind of a joke. The kind of enemy that like even the main characters don't really take seriously. It made sense to introduce that kind of character now rather than later in the story when there's more stuff going on. There we go. I don't know why the ruler didn't appear that time. almost done with this panel. Then I can get up and stretch for a bit. Alright, I am going to stretch for just a minute, and then we'll get back to it and work on the next few panels. Alright, I am back. So what do you say we finish up the line art? And we'll see how I'm feeling after that. I might call it after the line art is done. I might go a little bit longer. We'll see. So it took a little bit longer than last time. I just went to go check on the cats and make sure they had food. But now we're good to go. First off, we'll just quickly adjust that wristband. So, not to spoil a joke from this page. I mean, that's exactly what I'm about to do, but I mean, if you're watching the stream, you already have kind of spoiled it. I just love this, like, two-panel combo here of, like, Kayla doing a cool jump over all of the stairs, landing. Jamie's like, oh, wow, she's so cool. She just immediately runs in the complete wrong direction. You just get the classic anime shocked reaction. Watched a lot of Bobobo back in the day, and that show got a lot of use out of that kind of reaction. Alright, let's keep going. I need to sit down and rewatch Bobobo sometime. I mean, technically, I need to finish my current watch through of it. I got the Blu-rays back when that released. And, by the way, if you're interested in that show, the Blu-ray is easily the best way to watch it. It's got the entire show subbed and dubbed. It's got a bunch of, like, promo material. It's got, like... It has, like, this one missing episode. I say missing. It was a recap episode that only aired in Japan. But it had some new animation. So it was kind of surreal getting to see that for the first time. They subtitle all of the... Like... I think they subtitle all of the text that shows up on screen. Or at least have the option for it. But yeah, no, I would absolutely recommend, if you're curious about Bobobo at all, to check out the Blu-rays. That is a show that I wish got a proper ending. I mean, it got an ending, but like, for those who don't know, the show got more or less canceled in Japan. I don't remember the specific reason. I've heard like 4 or 5 different reasons over the years, but from what I understand, I think the company that like was financing it went under, and as a result, they just didn't have money to continue the show. Whoa, oh my god. Holy shit. Yo, no, thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of slots. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Juker, how dare you? I can't believe you would do this. Yeah, no, thank you for all of those gift subs. I already DM'd you about the commission. Yeah, that's gonna be enough subs for that. So, thank you. Real quick, I'm just going to check the emotes tab and see if it's updated. Oh my god. Okay. So, just a quick update on the slots that just unlocked. So, free emotes are the same as always. I only get 5 slots no matter what for those. Tier 1, I now have 12 slots total for regular emotes. So there's 8 slots I have to make emotes for there. I have 13 open slots for animated emotes. That just opened up a bunch of slots. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess I will update the sub goal. Holy shit, thank you so much. Where is... Okay. I've got that updated. Honestly, I don't even know if I need to push for more slots after that, if I'm being honest. So at 90, I get the next animated slot and nothing else. So, 80 was probably as much of a goal as I needed to reach. So that's great. That is awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I'll definitely need to stream more of like the actual comic work in the future. So, on this particular pose, I'm probably going to have, like, no shading on these 3 like drawings of Kayla here. Because the idea is to convey that she's in motion. So like maybe the last one will have shading, like this drawing over here where she lands. And then these will probably have like no shading and like softened colors a bit. Like it'll be less saturated. You know, the funny thing with getting all those gift subs is that I didn't even have time to set sub goals for hitting those. So like, when I passed 25 subs like 2 streams ago, that hit an ancient sub goal I had for like doing Sonic Mania, the main game and Encore mode. I need to think of some new sub goals now. So if anyone has any ideas for stuff you want to see me stream on here, go for it. And I will have to think up some ideas of my own for the stream. Tropic a Monday stream. You know what, Juker, that's the one stream I can never do. And no amount of using the Jamie emote is going to change that. I also need to start brainstorming some actual emote ideas. I didn't expect to get this many slots, let alone this soon, so... yeah, I'm gonna have to think of a lot of ideas now. But I am very excited about that. I love making emotes, and hey, now I've got like 20 to make, so there's that. Probably make like a laughing emote at some point. One idea I've had, you know, I'll animate this really quick just to convey the idea. So one idea I've had since like I first unlocked emotes. 100's the final goal. That would make sense, considering at 90 I don't even get a regular emote unlock. I just get another animated one. I'm guessing there's not a whole lot left for me to unlock after that. Okay, so the idea I've had is for like a Kirby's Dream Course emote. It's like, check this out. And it's just missing. What frame rate did I set this at? Why is that so fast? Hang on a second. Frame rate 30. I guess that's normal for when I'm just showing off something. So yeah, this would be my check this out emote. Anyone who's seen me stream Kirby's Dream Course, or frankly a lot of games, would know that this kind of emote would be perfect for me. So I think if I were to actually make this one, I would have it like... I would have the goal like slide into frame and then past. So something like that. I'll have to experiment with that one more later on. So one like little stylized thing I do whenever I'm like when I'm animating Kayla in particular is I'll often use her hair in the same way I would draw like Sonic spikes. So I'll just illustrate this idea really quick. So you know, like you draw Sonic, you don't draw him with a messed up face like that. What happened there? You draw Sonic, and then his hair, his spikes kind of like sell the movement of whatever he's doing. Like, let's say he's sliding to a stop. You would have his spikes go like that, for instance. When I'm drawing Kayla, her hair, like in the back, is drawn with like these 3 spikes. In the front, you've got like these 2 like sideburn things and these 4 like puffs that are her bangs. So whenever I'm animating her in an action scene, it's the same thing. I'll use her hair to sell the movement. I'll just use whatever direction she's going and use the hair to like help sell that movement even further. Even if it's not necessarily the most realistic way to draw the hair. Like it just it helps to like give every scene she's in like a greater sense of movement. And in a similar sense, I also draw her like spinning into a ball like this sometimes when she's doing flips. She cannot actually like do the Sonic thing of turning into a ball. This is purely just a stylized way of showing a spin. Yo, Farron, thank you for the raid. Coughing up fire, oh my. What were you streaming? What were you streaming where you were coughing up fire? We're just working on some Smash Time stories today. If you're not familiar, Smash Time Stories is my webcomic, which I recently relaunched back in September. I'm working on tomorrow's page and also Thursday's page right now. Juker, no. That is untrue. PK Scramble. I don't think I've heard of that. What is it? Okay, so on this page we don't have to draw the background at least, because we can just reuse that from this panel. Earthbound randomizer. Got it. That sounds fun. I've never actually played Earthbound all the way through. I don't know if MG is still in the chat, but at some point we had sat down and started playing it on NSO. Just hopped online and was like passing the controller, kind of playing through it, and then we just never finished it. But yo, what's up? Yo, at some point we should get back to that game. That was fun. Honestly, that's one of my favorite things to do on NSO. Like, just kind of the same way you would do a stream. Just hop into a call with some friends and play through a game and pass the controller. You can also do that over like Parsec or something, but yeah, doing it on the Switch is fun. Speaking of NSO, I've talked about this idea a few times. This week we're finally going to do it. We're launching the what I'm calling the Super Rental Wheel. It's a stream where I have a number of wheels set up for each NSO system with all of their libraries. And we'll spin the wheel and play whatever random game it gives us. Probably switch games like every 30 minutes or so, something like that. In fact, I'm going to give you all who stopped by from the raid a quick little teaser of one of the animations for this. Check this out. Actually, hang on one second. Check this out. So, obviously you don't see the actual wheel there, you just you just get a glimpse at the freaking stream preview. But yeah, so we got a wheel set up for every NSO system. We'll spin it every 30 minutes or so, find out what we're playing. And I'm excited for that, because there's so many like weird games on NSO that I hadn't even heard of. But like every time I try out some of those games, I find something new. Something that's actually pretty fun. Sometimes I'll pick up a game and I'm like, oh hell yeah, let's try this. and then it sucks. But I don't know, like I just love going through like the weird library they've picked for those systems. So I think we'll probably do that on Wednesday. Unless Juker's not around on Wednesday, in which case we'll just do some more Mario and Luigi. Yeah, I figure I'll want a co-com for that stream type, just so that A, Juker knows way more about retro games than me. So, he'll know more about most of the games that get brought up than I would. But also, like, a lot of those games are two-player, so having someone who can hop in and actually join for those would be fun. I'm also thinking of potentially... I'm gonna have to look and see, like, how many of these retro like collections I've got, but I think it would be fun to have an extra wheel that isn't necessarily NSO, but it's just whatever random ass retro game collections I've got. So like Mega Man Legacy Collection and the Kunio-kun collection. Just set up a wheel that's like the games from those specific collections. So like Mega Man 6 or whatever pops up. It's like, alright, I guess I'm loading up this collection. Because, I mean, I'm going to be swapping between apps a lot anyways, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't know, I'll think about it. Okay. Saturday was the day I had something this week. Got it. That works out perfectly then. So we can do the wheel on Wednesday, and then Saturday I can continue Mario and Luigi Brothership. I've been so wanting to get back to that game, dude. I love what I've played of it, and I just been so busy I haven't had time to play more. Invited to play Buckshot Roulette. I have never even heard of that. What kind of game is that? Dude. Yeah, sorry, I have been in the artist cave for the last month, so I haven't heard of a lot of stuff recently. I mean, I can take a... Imagine Andrew Yute and illegal underground gambling ring? Please don't, first of all. I would simply not partake in such a thing. Play Russian roulette with a shotgun and items. Please tell me it's like Mario Kart items. Like, you spin the gun and hit one of the Mario Kart item boxes and like the little roulette goes. If the shots are a real shell. You say that and my immediate thought is, again, Mario Kart. It shoots out the green shell. If you shoot yourself, you get to go again. I don't think that's true. I think that is generally how the game ends. Gosh, Juker, haven't you ever played Russian roulette before? It's a pretty common occurrence. Okay, slide these up just a little bit. Need to show you the VOD for it. Yeah, send me that. I would be very curious to check it out. Just moving these to a separate layer. Oh no. Juker, you fell for one of the classic blunders. Okay, so I might do the start of the coloring at least. Okay. So yeah, we'll start coloring this and just see how long I feel like going for. So the first thing I do whenever I'm working on coloring one of these is I'll go in and fill anything that has the same color as the outlines. And I'll do that on a separate layer so that later I can go in and add highlights on that layer specifically. Because rather than like just shading something normally, when I'm working on stuff like this, I would rather go in and do like a single highlight layer and that's it. These highlights that I'm showing now as an example are not going to stay, just using this to illustrate what I'm talking about. Kind of helps with the vibe I'm going for. Dude, the Grumps played it? When did they play it? Was that recent? I haven't kept up with the Grumps super well recently. I've been again, I've been so busy. Very ready to have a few days to just kick back and relax. So I'll draw all 3 of them on different layers. Oh, I just realized that the version of this page that I've got on this computer is not actually up to date. So I ended up removing this highlight when I did the final version of it. Just because it was a little too glossy looking. I'm trying to keep the shading in this comic pretty flat overall. Like 1 layer of shadow and then occasionally a highlight. And usually the highlight is just in the character's hair. So, like I said, I'm going to do the 3 of them on different layers just so I can easily adjust the shading and keep it clean. You're probably just going to see me doing a lot of this for the next few minutes, just jumping between these 2 shots. Shots. You can tell I've been working on a lot of animation recently. These 2 pages. Are their coats the same color? Yeah. So I just said I was going to do them on a separate layer, and I immediately colored in someone right there. $8 months ago. That would explain it. This year in particular, I haven't watched as much of their stuff. I've been watching a lot more stream VODs when I'm working, so just haven't had as much time to actually check out their videos. That said, I always make time to watch the 10-minute Power Hour every time a new episode of that drops, because it's always just so stupid and fun. Dude, Juker, you gotta go watch the Thanksgiving episode of the 10-minute Power Hour. It's basically them trying out a bunch of, like, old-timey desserts and salads for Thanksgiving, and I cannot believe that the most terrifying thing I've ever seen on that show is Aaron telling Dan not to eat something, because Aaron will eat like fucking anything on that show. Doesn't matter what it is, he will eat it. And then for one of the things they had in that episode was so bad, he's like, don't try it. It's not worth it. It's like, oh god, how bad could it have possibly been if he's saying don't eat it? Yeah, I love how fucking chaotic the energy is on that show. By the way, I pointed out this gag earlier. Uh, what he's got here, what this guy has in his mouth here, it's not a cigarette. We're doing the classic 4Kids edit. Because you see, it's a lollipop. But yeah, this trio is supposed to just be like kind of some classic like delinquent type tropes. And if these characters appear beyond this chapter, you'll probably see some character development with them as they, you know, grow to not be like quite as big of jerks as they were in this chapter. But for chapter 1, I just wanted to introduce some like silly joke villains, basically. These guys will be small fries compared to everyone else who shows up in the series. Yeah, one of the big reasons I introduced them was just because I want every chapter of the comic to have a fight of some kind. Whether it's like training, or like an actual battle against an enemy, or like just whatever. Like, I just want there to be some kind of fight in every chapter. And it would have, I don't think it would have been a correct introduction to the series if chapter 1 didn't also have a fight in it. So I'm not gonna have time to finish this tonight, but here's a look at Jamie's render for episode 1. I've had this drawn for weeks and I just haven't had time to finish it. So I'm gonna try and get this render done this week and get her character bio card posted. I've also got some ideas for how I want to update the character bios on the website, but it's going to take a little more time for those. But yeah, it's funny. I actually sketched out character bio, or character renders for every character that I expected to show up in episode 1, and I think half of them ended up being used. And now there's also a bunch of characters who weren't in the initial plans that I now have to draw renders for. I talked about it a bit earlier, but episode 1 was kind of split off from a larger chapter. We'll just split that one into 2 separate episodes to just give the story time to actually set itself up, flow better. In the end, I think it was the right choice. But once episode 1 is done, I am absolutely going to do like a blog post on Patreon where I just break down how much that chapter changed and evolved over the course of working on it. Because it's kind of wild. Just to give you an idea, the chapter 1, the pages from the full chapter that got split into 2, of the like 50 or 55 pages that chapter would have been, episode 1 was like 8 pages of it. And now it's gonna be like a 40-page story on its own. Just gonna remove a few layers there so I can reference the color. Yo, Miracle, what's up? It's going good. Just finally have a little bit of free time, so now I'm getting the Smash Time Stories pages done for the week. Gotta at least get this page done by tomorrow night so I can have it posted. Also got the line art done for page 24, but I'm prioritizing page 23 right now. Oh yeah, I hadn't paid too much attention to that, but I did see, I forget who it was, but one of my mutuals was streaming Undertale Yellow today. I still haven't played it, but I also haven't played regular Undertale, so I guess it's not that surprising. Yeah, back when that game came out, would you believe that the way I saw that game for the first time was watching Barry and Ross stream through it on Steam Train? That was actually a surprisingly really good playthrough. It's funny nowadays, a lot of the playthroughs I watch when I'm working are Barry's. Recently I've been watching through his playthrough of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, because I I played through the game when it first came out, and I liked it well enough. Kind of soured on it a bit over time. But I've recently watched through the DLC case, which I did not play when the game first released. And oh my god, no one told me that the DLC case was one of the best cases in the entire franchise. Like, what the hell? Right, I'll check my DMs after the stream. But yeah, I was kind of blown away watching that DLC case, because, like, I had heard about it. It's kind of famous for having, like, one of the silliest premises for a Ace Attorney case. But it's probably, like, the most classic case in the sequel trilogy. Alright, Shuker, what are you sending me? Let me guess. These nuts, Ligma, haha. Crash. I should have guessed. But I'll have to check out that video you sent me. Okay, so since I was talking about this earlier, now that the outlines are done, I turn on a soft light effect on the layer, just to show what that does. Oops. So yeah, I use that so that when I'm adding the characters to the scene, I need to color in her eyes really quick. Oops. Do. Remove that, and then color in the purple. Yeah, thanks for the bits. Yeah, I'll reply on Blue Sky after the stream. God, oh, that explains it. Those two options on the toolbar got swapped. I kept picking the wrong option, and I'm like, why is this, like, sliding so weird? Alright. Okay. So I think my goal for tonight is to at least finish coloring page 23. I might save page 24 for tomorrow. Or I guess maybe Wednesday. Work on that during the day. Come on. one little trick I'll do when I'm coloring in stuff that's white on a white background is I'll fill it in with a darker color first and then fill it in with white. That way I can see that A, I'm filling it in to begin with, and B, that there's no like gaps in the line art that are like causing the background to get filled into, because that happens a lot. Yeah, I think if this guy shows up beyond episode 1, I'll probably give him like kind of a middle ground between his two designs. Like I'll probably make his hair a little less spiky up there, but still keep it like parted like that instead of upright. So on this page, or this panel, I'm not going to do a background. Hang on a second, did I? Yeah, come on. I hate when I do that. Oops. There we go. So yeah, that's just going to be like a purple comic-y panel background. Thankfully, this set of pages hasn't required like a ton of backgrounds. Pages 16 to 20 required a ton. That's part of why I'm a bit behind where I wanted to be, is because those pages took so long. Oops. Let's see. That's a very minor thing I do when I'm coloring Jamie. Is occasionally I'll remove the bottom lines for her hair. Kind of gives it like a bushier, like brush kind of effect. Left. I keep forgetting that I stretched this part of the page out into 3 panels instead of 2. Also, what am I doing here? With how dense this page is, I should stretch it out like that. Almost done. God, I'm gonna have to color in all three of them on the last panel. So I need to fix a coloring error on the panel above this one. Great. Last panel. Here we go. So first off, because I extended the edge of this one a bit, I'm just going to do that nice and quick. And the art on the edge can be a little bit looser since it just gets cropped off anyways. The crop marks are like right here, so anything beyond this point isn't going to be on the final page. But I usually like to have at least one panel that extends beyond the regular borders. I don't know, I think personally it just makes the art feel a little more dynamic. But of course, nothing important can go beyond that point regardless, so it's one of those things, it's just a design choice. What on earth? What the hell? Why did I draw on that layer? Am I stupid? Chat, I might be stupid. I might be a fool. Well, thankfully, we caught that extremely early. Shoot. I need to find a page that has the stairs in it. Me characters left to color, and then I am done for the night. I would love to get the other page done tonight as well, but I am very tired. Honestly, more so just tired of sitting in this chair, if I'm being honest. I really do need to get a better computer chair at some point. I think that is going to be like my #1 purchase next year. This year I already bought the computer, so... Actually, I guess it'd be my #2 purchase, because, pretty confident, just based on rumors and how things have worked out, that I don't know, I'm personally expecting the Switch 2, or whatever they end up calling it, to be next year. Considering we already know that they're going to show us more details on it, or I guess show us some details on it by the end of the fiscal year, so by the end of March. I don't know, maybe they'll announce like, oh, it's coming in back in 2028 or whatever, but I I don't expect the Switch to last until that long, that's for sure. I'm not gonna lie, I'm half tempted when I do the character bios for these three to just have this silly little doodle be their art instead of like a cool pose of the three of them. I'll just do all the coloring on one layer. I'm not going to be giving them much detail anyways. Yeah, I'm definitely ready for the next system after the Switch. And honestly, I don't even need it to be like that much of a boost in power. I've been using my Steam Deck a lot lately, and that's really just a handheld, like base PlayStation 4 in terms of power. Like, it's good, but it's not insanely powerful or anything, and it plays a lot of modern stuff. Plus, the Steam Deck isn't anywhere near as optimized for its specific use cases as whatever the next Switch would be. So, as long as I can play games well, that's really all I care about. I don't need like amazing specs or anything. I just need stuff that works decently. Yeah, honestly, I agree with that. I prefer systems that are a bit weaker. I think the pursuit of like the most high-end graphics in games has not been great for the industry, and the benefits of it are not really things I care about most of the time. Like, I feel like at the end of the day, all we've really gotten out of more powerful hardware is the big games taking longer to come out and having less features. Like, I'll be honest, I'm more impressed when there's like really cool graphical stuff going on in like, say, a Mario game, where like there's a bunch of trickery going on to make something look super impressive, when at the end of the day, it's not like super high end or anything. It's just artists being smart and clever with what they're doing. You know what's funny, MG? I have zero interest in getting the PlayStation 5 Pro. Because at this point, if I'm buying a high-end game, I'm probably just buying it on the PC I bought. Which is weird to say, because I have always been the person in, like, all of my friend groups with, like, the worst computer. Because I've always just had whatever laptop was available to me. But, yeah, no, ever since getting the PC, and more specifically getting Shadow Generations and having it run on max settings at 120 FPS, I'm like, why would I buy a game on PlayStation 5? I don't have any benefit to buying it on console, so if I'm gonna buy something on a console, I need it to have, like, a unique reason for me to own it, like, say, the Switch, where I can play it in handheld mode, where I can take it from room to room, where I can take it when I go to a convention or something. Same with the Steam Deck, it's the same thing, but for PC games. And then with, like, Xbox and PlayStation, I'm just like, I just don't care. You can show me a more powerful box, you can show me a really nice looking game or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I just don't care, man. I don't know, it is weird for me to be at that point with games. But even then, like, I'm talking about how I'm, like, using my PC more, but a lot of what I'm playing is stuff that released, like, 10 or 15 years ago. Or re-releases of those games. At the end of the day, like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of, like, modern design trends in games, and that kind of goes beyond just the graphical power of them. Also, I mentioned it earlier. I keep noticing that the file I've got on this computer right now for page 22, which I'm using as reference, is not the finished version of the page. There's, like, a couple coloring errors that I fixed later on. Some text was rearranged. It's nothing major, but I just keep noticing it, like, huh, why do I have this version on here? I had finished the page on my laptop, so I mean, that's why. You seen the Squadron 42 trailer? What was it? Gameplay for the first hour. Graphics are nice. And you have an additional issue. Everything looks realistic, which will be out of focus for the non-related. Nice looking thing. Effects look okay in a non-realistic way. That's the thing, like, I care more about, like, a cool, I don't want to say a set piece, because that's not quite what I mean, but, like, I care more about a cool moment in a game rather than, like, walking through a hallway and having every detail of it be, like, just painstakingly crafted. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like so much attention is going into the wrong areas, or at least areas that don't really matter. Like, I've been going back and forth on this a lot, but I think Shadow Generations is quite possibly my game of the year. And that's purely because, like, it knows exactly what it wants to be, and it does that very well. And it doesn't try to pile on a lot of, like, modern nonsense to make what it wants to be sellable, essentially. Like, it's a very short, like, 4-hour long adventure, but it has really fun levels, really cool set pieces, really good controls. Like, yeah, it's not the most inventive game in the world or anything, but it's not wasting my time in the way that so many other games I've played recently have been. It's kind of why I've been drifting more towards like indie stuff, but even then, I love a lot of what indie developers do. I have so much respect for them. But part of why I can't always get into an indie game is because of, like, you know, the vibe of whatever they're going for may not necessarily align with, like, what I'm looking for in a game. Like, to give an example of a very good game that I have not been able to fully get into, Corn Kids 64 is this really, really well made N64 style platformer. There's so much I love about what they did with that game, and the only reason I can't get into it more is the aesthetic, and I fully respect why they chose the aesthetic they went with. And to be clear, I'm not talking about like the N64 graphics. I think that's great. It's more like the theming, the like hellscape, dream, nightmare kind of vibe they've got going on. It just doesn't appeal to me. It's like, this game rules. I'm just not the audience for it. And that's kind of the thing with indies, is because smaller developers can make whatever they want, or not necessarily whatever they want, but because they don't have as many limitations and can put in the themes and ideas that they want to make, not everything is going to work for every person, and that's great. You just have to find the indies that make stuff that interests you. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to get into a game if you're not fully in the audience that game is for. Yeah, go check out that game, by the way. Corn Kids 64. I think it's like $10 or maybe less than that on Steam and Switch and maybe PlayStation. I'm not sure, but it is a very well made Banjo-Kazooie-esque game. Speaking of well-made, that sounds very conceited. Yeah, we're basically done with the art for tonight. So tomorrow I will have to do the shading on this page before I post it. And then before Thursday, I need to color and shade page 24. It's only 12:30. I started coloring around 12. Screw it. I'll go just a little bit longer. I am absolutely stopping by 1 a.m. though, because I would like to go do a little bit of gaming before I go to bed. It's 9 a.m. here. Oh gosh. Yeah, on the subject of like indie games that I need to try, I keep being reminded that I haven't played Gravity Circuit yet. And aesthetically, everything I've seen of that game has me thinking I'm going to love it. Now, maybe I'll play it and maybe I won't like it, but I'm very curious to try it out because it looks like a very stylish Mega Man inspired game. I would simply play the game. Yeah, maybe someday. You know, I've just been busy recently, so like all I've really played is farming sims recently. I should say farming sim. I've just been playing Friends of Mineral Town, the remake of it. On Steam Deck, I'm trying to go for most of the achievements. I say most because some of them are really brutal. But I'm mostly just using the achievements as an excuse to like pace out my gameplay a bit more for this playthrough. This is the first time I played through Friends of Mineral Town. I did the first year, unlocked a bunch of stuff right away, and then I kind of got bored of the game. But because I rushed through so much of it, I missed a lot of stuff in the game. So this time around, I'm pacing it out a bit more. I'm in the second year at this point, and things are progressing in a much healthier pace. So I have really been enjoying it. I might stream that at some point. Not sure if I would do a stream playthrough or just have that be one of those games where I like just occasionally turn it on and just chill for a bit. But I really enjoy that remake. I was a bit more negative on it for a while, but replaying it has made me realize that no, I actually freaking love it. It's really good. There's a few changes that the remake makes that I'm not a huge fan of, but those are like really minor things. God damn it. I need to adjust the coloring on some of this. I had a glow layer on that I wasn't noticing. I forgot that this was in the playlist, so I was like, wait a second. What the hell? So this is Juker's startup theme. fine. We've been going for 5.5 hours. I expected this to be a short stream, but I've been having fun. Juker, what the fuck? Thank you for the raid. Did you seriously just go live for a second, or did you just head over to your chat and hit raid? Yo, Juker, how was your stream? Oh, I'll know. I've asked you the impossible question now. How was your stream? How'd it go? What were you streaming? Played retro? You gonna give me more info than that? Like what game? What systems? Hey, weren't you gonna check out the Nunya recently? Prep for tomorrow's stream at 10 a.m. Wait, do you actually have a 10 a.m. stream tomorrow? Really? Front page? Wait, seriously? I don't think I've heard about this. Front page stream of bad fighting games with Ryu, though. Nice. You better play exclusively good fighting games. Like Street Fighter the movie, the game, but yeah, a good fighting game. pattern. Doing my annual Christmas Day stream this year. Solo Archipelago. Nice. I'll probably tune in for a little bit of that at some point. There's usually at least a little bit of downtime on Christmas. Slot it in back there.
life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Thank you, Linda, for the water redeem. I'm going to get up and stretch for just a second. I am life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Good strength and renewal flowing through me. That is good water. A little bit more to go. At this point, I think I'm just going to finish coloring these pages tonight. I am not doing the shading though, because that's going to take hours. Whereas just doing the coloring is going to take me like maybe 20 more minutes. Organizing my dresser and realized I got too many t-shirts. Yeah, I've been there. Meanwhile, because I've been losing so much weight this year, I've had to buy a lot of new clothes. Which, I mean, it's a good thing, but also, it is weird having to more or less just completely change my wardrobe. And also, like, finding stuff that I haven't worn in, like, 10 years, and I'm like, oh, wow, this actually fits now. It's been 3,000 years. So I had to do a double take when I heard this song, because this is the song I use for an action scene in The Witch's Trial. I mean, it wasn't written for that purpose, but a lot of the music in The Witch's Trial is going to be Popski music, and this song in particular just worked really good for an action scene. For like a anime style, like finishing blow kind of thing. you like to listen to music that fits the context of what you're creating? I mean, to some extent, yeah. Although, like, if I really need to hype myself up for a project, I will find, like, super well animated stuff, or like cool scenes in an anime, or like cool music from an anime or something, or like cool music from a video game. Just the kind of stuff that hypes you up, just to get into that mood of like, yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, for real. We were just talking about that earlier. In general, I'm not super thrilled about gaming hardware getting more and more powerful, because I feel like we've kind of reached the limits of what like we can do with that and how much it actually benefits games. But the Switch itself can use a power upgrade, since it is like a weaker piece of hardware already. But backwards compatibility means it won't need to live or die on ports as much. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, having backwards compatibility confirmed is what has got me buying Switch games again. Because for a while I didn't want to buy stuff just in case, like, you know, if it didn't have backwards compatibility, it'd be like, all right, cool, I'm gonna buy this multi-platform game and then not be able to play it, or not really have a convenient way to play it. More like, yeah, I'm very glad that that feature is there. I expected it would be, but just having the confirmation is good. Also, by extension of having backwards compatibility, I'm glad that NSO is carrying forward and bringing along with it, you know, the library of retro games they've been building up for the last 7 years. Because at this point, the library is pretty solid. And having that as the starting point on a new system is going to be so nice. Okay. Smash Tunes pro tip, can you just like win the game already? No, but you just lost the game right now. Fool. finishing these pages. I say finishing very loosely, as if I'm not gonna have to do a bunch of shading work tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow, future me to deal with. In the meantime, I can focus on just getting this coloring done. Besides, I only have to shade one of them tomorrow. The other one can wait until Thursday. Oops. Future Dalton has it rough. Yeah. A future Dalton is gonna be like very tired tomorrow. And I'm gonna get a message from you guys that's like, hey, you wanna play Fortnite? And I'll be like, yeah. And I'll play it and I'll have a lot of fun. It's gonna be really rough for me. Okay. We're very, 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 very close to done. Okay. 2024 is. It's hard to say because I haven't played a whole lot of new releases this year. Right now, I would probably say Shadow Generations. I genuinely love that game. Like, I like it legitimately more than actual Sonic Generations. UFO 50, I really need to play it. I finally picked it up during the Steam sale, but I haven't had time to sit down and play it yet. You know what? Maybe I'll do that on stream, or at least do a stream to check it out. I was talking about how I didn't set sub goals earlier, so I have a bunch of stuff that I probably should have set sub goals for, and why don't we just say UFO 50 was the sub goal for 50 subs, which we passed by a lot tonight. So, I'm not going to commit to doing a full playthrough on stream because there is a lot of game there. But maybe I'll do a couple streams to just check out the games in UFO 50. But anyways, in the meantime, pages 23 and 24 are now fully colored. Yo, thanks for the follow. I really need to update all of the alert animations. Got a lot of stuff I need to update for the streams at this point. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you again for all of the gift subs earlier. But I think that will be it for tonight. We got a lot of work done. I still have a lot of work to do in the morning, but now at the very least it's not gonna be an all-day thing. So I can probably do some gaming tomorrow. Alright, so who should we raid? Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Let's go raid Jink Jesus. They always are doing some cool retro variety stuff. They're playing Bones right now. Oh wait, no, they're playing Mr. Bones. Oh shoot. What do we raid with for Mr. Bones? Alright, you know what, just raid with hashtag bone. Just a hashtag bone. Alright, so thanks to everyone who stopped by. Thanks for all the gift subs. Thanks for watching. See you all on Wednesday for the Super Rental Wheel. Later.